के करनी चाहिए। वो हर चीज़ में इन्वॉल्व होएगा तो अच्छी बात नहीं है। हाँ वो तो बोलता है ऐसे।
20 19। Okay. For that, we're going to stop and talk. In that moment,
Get the next one coming. Next one.
found out that some लोग जा रहे थे and then Saurabh is like a very key member, right? He likes to be a part of that thing. And correct, correct.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Stay in the game. Yeah. Oh. That's okay. Just I think in middle, yeah. That's it. Punch, run. It was yours. It stopped there. Fielding. On the 30-yard, guys. On the 30. Yeah. Tell them fire. But he's leaving. Tell them fire, guys. I'm fire. Come in. आगे आगे डालो Good try, KJ.
It's okay, don't worry about it. Fielding Arjun.
Fine. Focus.
I don't even know.
But you're too close for him.
Who are you talking about? Which one? Which one?
Priya, two step behind. Two step behind. Okay. Arjun, two step behind and walk
That's it. Go for wicket.
Lucky shot, buddy. Lucky shot. They just want to get over with you, buddy. Clean him up, clean it up. Three. Runoff coming, wickets coming, everything coming, boy. Don't worry, Adi. Off stump, buddy.
कितना कैच मिस हुआ 7-8 कैच मिस
Oh!
हुआ
Hey,
आज तो अपने अपनी शक्ति से हो जाएगा.
Edging, buddy. Edging, buddy. He's only edging.
I need more of those.
What's up, big? Coming, buddy. Run out coming. Fidgeting.
Get the wicket. That's okay.
Don't worry about it.
Take the length.
Both. Baba, fielding setup is not right. Everybody bring the boundary. I just came.
Why?
They are not driving.
Moving in the cow corner. Did you go back? He wants to square leg. Okay. No, you go square leg. Yo. Go long.
There is no closer over there.
Nobody's coming.
Single.
That's what
The
I
next side, maybe move on from the. Take it! Oh. That's okay.
Yeah, why not square leg?
One more. Hey.
Let them take a single. Shrapnel, I'm here. I'm a field.
Good fielding,
Go,
boy.
go.
That's baller, come on, man. Gotta be.
Good fielding.
Come back, come
Fielding.
back. Fielding three. Let's go, Adi. Finish strong, buddy. Bowling, boy, bowling. Oh.
Bowling, good bowling, good bowling.
Trying to go for them big boy shots, buddy.
All right, guys. Nice ball.
Pitch it long off. Can I tell him? Go, boys! Bowling, boy! That's the ball, boy! Pitch it, buddy! Yo, you want me wider or straighter? Good stuff. Good bowling, bud. That's the bowling, boy.
Arjun, both of you are in the same line, more or less.
Arjun, move.
Wide. Ask him to go wide.
Good backup, Mokun.
Lines right on the stump.
On off somebody.
That's it. Off stump. Good bowling.
That's okay.
Oh, Michelle jump. Try for it.
Good of doing it again. That is keeping. That's okay.
Easy, easy.
Yeah, nice, nice.
No overthrows.
Four overs left. Yo, 4 or 3 left.
और 3 over
17.
huh?
3 left.
3 left 150. वन 7 हो गया ना 120 दोनों आप 3 ओवर में 40 रन आ सकते हैं लेकिन उसका पास विकेट है
Yeah, 3 overs left.
विकेट है
I'm saying 130.
Swapnil. 3 overs left, 117.
Even then,
Stay wider, KJ.
run
Go Pranav!
Yeah, good ball. Right?
Train your arm back. Arjun, go like.
you guys on the same line. Why don't there is so much gap over there?
And like go in. Arjun, go in single save. Bowling boy, bowling! Hey, good running, boys! Arjun, no keeper.
Have you filmed the whole match? Have you filmed the whole match?
What a ball! Keep it right there, buddy!
बहुत दिन से कर रहा है
Bowling boy, bowling!
That's it. That's it. No idea.
Keep it right there, buddy!
And miss.
Put it back. उसका जो रनिंग है रनिंग का पिक्चर लो मेरा ना ना आप ओके ना ना देखो वो जो रनिंग कर रहा है ना रनिंग से थक जा रहा है मैं थक सकता है कोई सेम रिदम में लास्ट स्टेप में बॉल डालना पड़ेगा कोई रनिंग पहला ठीक है बीच में थक जा रहा है मालूम इधर क्या हो रहा है आदमी इधर थोड़ा कर रहा है इधर ना ना वो इधर का प्रॉब्लम है ठीक है मुझे नहीं आज पूरा बट इफ इज रेगुलरली प्रॉब्लम तो वो फिक्स करना पड़ेगा जो
Come on, buddy, knock him over!
रन अप इज द मेन इम्पोर्टेंट सब दिन का रन अप ठीक नहीं है इसलिए अभी काम कर चल रहा है मैंने काम नहीं चल रहा है अभी, काम चलेगा। उसका इंजरी ठीक होने के बाद में उसका रनिंग के काम चलेगा। उसका रनिंग अच्छा नहीं है, मैंने बॉलिंग के लिए अच्छा नहीं है, बॉलर लेवल के लिए। अभी जो कर रहा है ठीक है।
You want to bring Ishan in?
तो नो बोल दे दिया नहीं, इससे पहले मैंने बोला यू पहला नो बोला।
Yeah, you want to bring Ishan in?
Off stump, off stump, off stump.
Is the other team?
फील्डिंग अच्छा नहीं होगा तो नहीं हो। वो खुद से आगे कैच इट। अरे इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके, इट्स ओके।
They're 129.
It's okay, it's okay. Everything good. इसके बाद में कितना होगा? टोटल 2 ओवर है। टोटल 2 ओवर। No, no, it's fine. Here, here. No, no, not little away. Shot well. Oh!
नहीं सिक्स नहीं नहीं अंदर करके 4 4 4 4
That was 4, right?
4 4 bounce in fell in
Sorry, boy.
अभी तो वो मारेगा। वन 150 बोला ना आपको, 135 राइट? 130 हो गया, मेरा मालूम है कितना होगा। फील्डिंग कितनी है?
135 is what cost.
Good shot.
Yeah, I'm coming a little in.
On offside. In your bottom line now.
अरे विकेट कीपर आउट हो गया।
डायरेक्ट लेके गया
विकेट कीपर गाइस यू आर नॉट लुकिंग एट
हाँ कीपर का जाते ही
वो मतलब वो क्या अपील करो पर उधर
हाँ वही है कोई देख ही नहीं रहा उधर यार
हाँ ठीक है जो किया ठीक ही किया
नहीं अगर नहीं होता है तो वो कौन जाता उधर यार
बिल्कुल विकेट कीपर में देगा तो बैक अंपायर कंफ्यूज हो जाएगा आउट के लिए डायरेक्ट अंपायर खुद ले
नहीं पर वो पहुंच ही रहा था यार वो बहुत अंदर पहुंचने वाला था वो
जो सिक्स सेंस में अपना इजीली काम नहीं करता है
but no more run pick the ball and throw to the keeper also in case it was too close वो out हो जाता फिर stay in the game
सिक्स सेंस के लिए
6-4 left
पर वहाँ भी फेंके नहीं थी बॉल वैसे हाँ वो कोई बोल ही नहीं रखती सब कुछ
देखिए
My bad. I was checking this ball.
for him white little white
आगे
I think that's it.
who was the out who threw the who
ये अर्जुन ने किया
अच्छा किया उसका सिक्स सेंस में जो आ गया चल रही नहीं इजी नहीं
गुड
Arjun! Garrett to run, buddy.
good
Play your shot, use your back. Not a man now. You're going to... No on the ground. Come on. You want it?
Made incoming!
Let's go, Shabnil.
last over right oh how we get to be good goal
Mokon, you gotta go get that!
that's not keeping Mukul that's the middle stump ball you cannot go your back
Yeah, stay low, bro.
the middle stump ball you can miss it the white ball you can miss it it's the middle stump ball you cannot miss it
Bowling, buddy. Scared to hit off you, buddy.
back up guys
Nako, Nako.
back up look at the ball every time when the throw is coming
Come on. Yeah, Shabnil.
लेकिन बाजू
Run!
उसका से वो अच्छा खेल गया वो छोटा
One single save, right?
ना राज के साथ वो क्या खेला अभी किया भाई मिडिल स्टंप आप ऑफ का बॉल जा सकता है लेफ्ट का बॉल जा सकता है मिडिल स्टंप का बॉल आपको बाजू में नहीं जा सकता है ये विकेट कीपिंग का ये नहीं
Yeah, chill.
वो भी
okay that's fine
बहुत बुरे है वो भी डाना नहीं थ्रो नहीं है जस्ट बात के करना वही थ्रो वही है इसका सिक्स सेंस गेम पे नहीं सेंस कोई এটা এ ভাগকে থ্রো করে দাও
दोस्त है देखे
दोस्त है
That's it. Good, good, guys. Good,
आउट
good.
हो गया ना लास्ट बॉल
एक रन बच गया.
एक रन बच
Last one run less to make.
Yeah, man. Papa Joe's the best. Always, bro. Chase is on the kick. Yeah, man. That's far enough, boy. First ball wicket. Come on, boys. We're gonna get this wicket, boy. We're gonna get this wicket, boy. Arnav. When he hits, go back to your seats immediately. Let's go, boys. Easy wicket. Come on, boys. Cheer 'em on. Come on, boys. Let's go, boy. Easy wicket now. Oh, yeah, man. What's up, block? Keep it up, boy. Keep it up. Block on, block on, block. Let's go, boy. No worries, boy, no worries. Only when it feels right, boy. Only when it feels right. Get this boy out. Go, boy. Easy wicket. Hey, no worries. Singles are fine, boy. Singles are fine. Boy, easy wicket. Let's go, Arnav. Easy wicket now, boy. Easy wicket. boy. Let's go, boy. Let's go, Arnold. Get him rolling. How's that? Beauty ball, boy. Beauty ball. Let's go, boy. Keep it going. Let's go, boy. Easy wicket now, boy. Easy wicket. Yeah, man. What a ball. This is the F1 fortune, man. Arnav. Arnav, car. Car. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Easy wicket now, boy. Easy wicket. Yeah, man. What a ball. Keep it up, boy. Keep it up. Boy. Stop that, boy. Stop that. Hey, no worries, no worries, no worries, boy. Let's go, Miss Boy. Easy wicket. Yeah. Oh, man. Beauty. Oh, man. Hey, boy. No worries, no worries. More balls coming, boy. Everybody be ready for a catch. They're coming, boys. Get him, boy.
9 and 10.
Oh, yeah, man. What a ball. Did you give him the car on it?
आप इंडिया किधर से हैं? यूपी में दिल्ली
Go, boys. F1 fortune on our side, boys.
मैं अपना दिल्ली से बॉम्बे वही घूमते रहा मैं तो बांग्लादेश
Go, boy. Easy wicket now. Easy wicket.
बांग्लादेश
Yeah, only one there.
shot, good shot. बाउंस क्या है ना खेले जाते हैं एक बाउंस दो तीन बाउंस तो सेट हो जाता है ग्राउंड शॉट है दूसरा गया था इसलिए
Go, boy. Easy wicket.
और शॉट
Let's go, now, boy. Running. Easy wicket now, boy. Easy wicket. Disgusting now. Oh yeah, boy! Man, what a ball! Oh, there's catches coming here, boy.
और उससे पहले भी बच्चे तो अभी तक आप लोग करें
मेंटेलिटी क्रिकेट मेंटेलिटी आपको 5 साल खेलना पड़ेगा
गेम तो 4 साल से रहा है जब से मतलब NYCL लास्ट टाइम तो अंडर 10 खेला था मतलब खेलने का तो वो जरा फील्डर को है ना हो जाते थे वो बैक
Boy, catches coming, everybody ready?
उसका पहला
Only one, boy, only one.
रियल ग्राउंड होता है जैसे करीब ग्राउंड वो ये अटलांटा डिस्को रियल ग्राउंड
that's the thing like 4 pounds if you run that ball is dead whatever the speed is yeah तो उसमें जैसे एक बाउंस था तो वो क्लियर हो जाती है एक बाउंस तक थोड़ा वो तीसरे बाउंस पे तो बॉल डेड है अगर ग्राउंड शॉट है तो वहीं पे 3-4 बाउंस लगेगा
Hey, no worries, boy, no worries.
इसीलिए तो बॉलर को भी अभी इस बॉल में क्या लगा अच्छी बॉल है उसने मारा वो 4 रन मारे राइट अरे तो बॉलर को लगेगा कि अरे वाह बस एक रन बैट्समैन लग गया and they start playing in this field. They want to score and then play in the air.
अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए बैटिंग नहीं है बॉलिंग के लिए अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए
Even fielding also, right? And you realize the ball crosses you and it's a good enough speed. You leave it for the back fielder, right? The boundary, otherwise it will go there. And what happened? Ball just go. The inner fielder need to run behind. They don't realize the ball gonna stop.
Hey, no worries, boy, no worries. Coming, boy.
पानी तरफने के लिए छोटे उसको
Come on, boy, everybody here.
हम लोग को चक्कर मारना पड़ेगा he cover everything, right? Then we have to work with that. Now we cannot do it.
No, now you need to just press.
Now just 2 weeks we will start. But it's still little bit better. It's okay, little we have to hey. That's why he was one of the it's real Rana being. That's why he did him wrong. Right? Because his little is not fall down,
I know he realized that. Good running, guys. Good running. Good running.
आगे दिन खत्म हो गया ओ मारते लोग पहले जीतने दो
Equation is simple. There is nothing a calculation. You win and you.
पहला
Win and then win.
पहला सेकंड यू नहीं करेगा तो डाउन लेग
That is most of the time is true. And today is 100% true. You win and you will go.
उधर के दो और बॉल को दो सोचे के तो किस वन रन
No. Keep it out there, off. Keep it out there, off. Okay, all good. No. No back. Good changing, Jay. Keep it up, boy. Come on, just go slow and steady, all right? No need to go fast. Come on, no wide. Come on, you need a forward today again, boys. Guys, let's go a little quicker. Come on, too slow. Okay, don't go fast. Go fast. Oh, yeah, Mike. Come on, then quick, guys, quick.
Go, keep running, guys.
Baller! Good change up, Jay. Good change up. Keep on going the slow ball. You got it.
Don't watch the ball, guys. Running.
इतना स्लो कर रहा है वो खेलेगा ना नहीं खेलेगा बैट्समैन कंफ्यूज हो जाता है
Good running, guys. Good running.
Look the gap, leave the gap.
Up for the gap. Equal, so many are there. Good running, guys. Good running.
That's a nice gap. Nice gap. Nice gap, leave the gap.
Budweiser Summer Patriotic Cans are here to help you celebrate 4th of July the red,
I know, but it's like one of those things that's like pretty much easier to do. That's what Uncle was saying. They were like part of the I'm just saying what the Uncle was saying.
That's it, boy. Go, Jay, that's it. Singles, that's it. No problem there.
Good going, Jay. Good going. Keep it like that. They're under pressure. They're under pressure.
Good. One fielder.
He's from this group and maybe and say. ये तो फैमिली वाले हैं बच्चा के साथ
ఫోన్ చేయండి నేను ఐ లెఫ్ట్ మెసేజ్
My friend.
That's fine, Jogi, that's fine. Amit, goes boundary.
लगा लिया इसलिए आई वाज क्वेश्चन बिकॉज़ स्टेट फिल अप तो कोई नहीं लगा उसके बाद में लगा
Let's go, Jogi.
Was the fielder
Let's go, Jogi boy.
Watch fielder, follow. Double up.
Second. Good running, guys.
I had spent my money on like expensive ones like these. Yeah. Like black.
Still
These are literally from like Claire's. Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Cause like I could
मौत तेरी मंजिल है दूसरा कोई रास्ता ही नहीं जिंदगी मौत तेरी मंजिल है जिंदगी मौत तेरी मंजिल है दूसरा कोई रास्ता ही नहीं जिसके कारण
Good going, double single. Finishing good.
Hago un pacto con el diablo y le ofrezco mi alma entera sin pensar en mi futuro, si ha de ser por no perder el amor. Te regalo cosas
4 रन आ गया राइट 5 इज ओके टारगेट 6 5 आ जाएगा तो ठीक कवर कर सकते
Lefties are literally a full-on slogger.
3 over 40 3 over 18 चाहिए 14 मिनट किया
Go Bosco, Jay!
आ जाएगा अभी आ जाएगा उधर गया
Jay boy!
Piensen que ya están en el salón para que los convenzan a él. Piensen que están en el salón.
इतना स्लो है अच्छा प्लेस किया उधर कोई फील्डर नहीं है तो स्लोली प्लेस कर दिया वेरी स्लो ऑल स्लो हो गया तो
Jay boy!
आदि कम था आदि कम को बहुत अंदर से बैठकर
Yes, it is. Oh, that's
Get him!
I think this match is done. It's a low ball, guys. You're ready for the run-out. Focus.
Look. Said I'ma make bail tonight. I'ma close to hell, I might. Roll through the city, my little bitty. She gave me head on sight. And I gotta say for her to say, I'm tryna make it down. Won't do this shit for clout. Come get with me, come get with me. I'm tryna feel the I'm with them killer niggas, come talk to me. You could try to walk with me. One more! I'ma go boom. Anger, pain. I still be moving. The whole damn song. I got a whole lot to lose, but I got a whole lot of shots on me. Nigga controlling, doing what I do. Breaking rules might make them do.
No problem, boy, you got this.
रनर गया तो डाल लेने के बाद में वो प्रो का ग्राउंड भी कमी नहीं हुआ ज़्यादा Hit आ गया, right?
Good going, guys. Good. Smart taken. Good going.
No बाकी.
No ball.
हम लोग को जितना चाहिए तो सेमीफाइनल खेल सकता है. नहीं जीतेगा तो सेमीफाइनल में कोई फायदा नहीं होगा.
No? Sad.
Good running, man. Good running. But check it.
Let all the XC. Let all the XC. Very good, very good. एक साथ में बैट करता है वो जो रन नहीं वो रन नहीं दोनों अपना भटका है ये तीनों लाभ भी सकता है ये तो सब वो रन नहीं No, sometimes
Good going, guys. Good going. Good running.
कभी ना ना
They won't ask.
Bring water. कितना ना यार हम लोग का पहला 2 ओवर कवर हो गया राइट इस ओवर में क्लियर डबल हो गया
You got this!
You broke your ankle, huh?
Coming, boy!
Wrong side. Enough. Not going to work this way.
सभी देखा ना रन फास्ट रन हुआ इसीलिए उनको दूसरा रन मिला ये तो इजी रन आउट भी है
आज तक बेटी मैंने कहा बाहर में क्या बेटी मैंने कहा
Boy, don't worry, don't worry. Boy, come in. Boy, you got this.
That's a good shot. Go. That's a definitely two. No more thing.
Good call, guys. Good call. Good running. Very nice.
She like the way I dance. She like the way that I move. She like the way that I rock. She like the way that I move. And she let it clap for a nigga. And she throw it back for a nigga. Yeah, she throw it back for a nigga.
Good shot. Second, go. Oh, good. Hello, good communication. Shut up. Shut up, shut up.
Good boy, come in. Good boy, you got this.
जोनाल हुआ जोनाल सिलेक्ट करते हैं उन्हें जोनाल टीम बनाया वो जोनाल टीम के साथ टोटल 112 टीम बनाया अभी लिया अभी 26 को में खत्म हो गया अभी मेरी 10 16 ऑफ टोटल 7 जोन बनाया एक जोन एक्स्ट्रा बनाया वो सब इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर आता है जो इधर ग्राउंड हुआ इधर के लिए बनाया और इधर से जो ग्राउंड में से लेके हुआ साथ में एक टीम बनाया हमारा
बॉलर क्या हटे रहे अपने पास बॉलर नहीं है
You have to try
A non-regular bowler to get a wicket. Try Rohan. You have to try. नहीं वो मरेंगे.
रोहन तो है.
Sometimes you know your non-regular bowlers get a wicket.
लास्ट ईयर कनाडा में खेला, इस ईयर मैं सुनता ही नहीं होगा, सुनता है तो आज मेरे का चाह रहा है. या ना वन डाउन में जो करता है पूरा देख के चला.
शॉट है भाई, शॉट.
Play with the gap. इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ अभी तो I'm like, cool, let him run his move. Do what he gon' do, cause this a plot. Put him in a pot, let it cook like so. I grab my block. It been through a lot, but it's that you like new, we at the top. Yeah, we lost a lot, but that's just how it go. And check the scope. If y'all lose one more, that's 6 to 24. Baby focus, KD zoning out. He pulling up. पूरा चेंज करो, पूरा एक साथ में हो जाता है. 4-5 दिन एक साथ हो जाता है. Colors like a 4, he got a ring, I guess he had was white on the old. Now she woke up, she shredding herself. This bitch think it's got that in the truck. Kiss him on his lips, he coming up, but now I speak up. Crouching like a tiger, like he walk with wire, block with fire. So I take a cup, mess with Michael White. I'm on his ass, he finna be me. He gon' beat her ass, but this what happened. I thought I was capping, I was slacking, cause they know the up. Yelling
अरे टॉप मिडिल पे मारा ना क्या स्कोर दो विकेट आ गया तो हो जाएगा ना ये दो
If it's shot right. I'm from all the crimes, B. I need at least about 4 M's. That's if you wanna sign me. Bitch, I'm something great. I keep a mirror to remind me. Gotta wait till turn, nigga. You know how that ride be. Stay up till you come up, nigga. You know how that grind. Cop a BMW, new deposit, I picked up another bag. Like fuck it, I'ma down while I'm in it. I had planes flying across, spending money, count the chains, swinging shit. I guess that's how it sound when you win. I ain't joking, do it sound like I'm kidding. I've been making like 2,000 a minute. So high up through the clouds, I was swimming. I'm probably gonna drown when I'm in it.
It was pretty decided. Go boy!
हो गया इसकी रानी needed. 39. 47, चाहिए, right? 45. Good shot. Oh, no. Don't mix it. Don't take mix it on. Family is tired a little bit. Don't take mix it on. Good shot. Good shot. Good shot. अभी क्या चाहिए? गाड़ी चाहिए, right? अब हेल्प गुड टीम चलो
Shot, buddy. What a shot, man. Not a run for the over, Shafi.
हर विकेट गोद है
Come on, boys! We're fighting the last ball. Come on, easy wicket! Wicket.
shot. Very good shot. पूरा टायर्ड हो गया है Four.
आगे नहीं दे
पहला आउटसाइड देगा पहला आउटसाइड दे दिया अभी आउटसाइड कितना चाहिए आप प्ले बाबा प्ले चलो बिग शॉट अरे भाई बहुत प्लेयर है
Una
How many runs needed?
Good. What is that? Don't do that.
2 runs to win.
3 runs to win.
That's okay, that's okay.
Okay, sorry.
I want to see how long you can hold them.
मुकुल को कितना है? How much? मुकुल.
10, 6, 5, and half century. Yeah, पर उससे पहली बॉल पे लेता इसका लास्ट बॉल पे एंड
Winning the game is more important.
अभी देखते हैं उसका only only 2 run. Finish up.